the center of the city in Orange Mound. We have the city a few years ago completed the phase one, which was the library of the historic Melrose building. The plan has always been to do affordable housing on floors 2 and 3 with some additional housing adjacent. And I have not a formal presentation, but y'all had asked some questions. I was just going to kind of go through the questions, which is part of this presentation here. So if we can, should I push the button? No, perfect. All right, so this is the site that we're talking about. And let's see. I'm just going to scroll down to where the questions start. This is the same presentation that y'all had the last time. Just wanted to talk a little bit about, I think we're looking at about an acre. One of the questions that council had was the city's contribution. And so this budget here shows the construction budget for the housing portion of the development, which is about $16.9 million. And then on the right side of the screen, it shows essentially the cash flow we look at when we are looking to approve or recommend deals or fund deals. If you stay on the left side, the construction source is about $9 million in bonds. Tax credit equity, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Mr. Middleton and his team applied. I believe it was last year for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We've allocated about $1 million. They also received $3 million from Congressman Cohen through the federal appropriation. And then we were going to contribute some of our CDBG dollars to help the project. The Melrose project overall has about $600,000 remaining in CIP for what we call phase one, the library. And so we're just going to contribute that to the deal. And then what's kind of cut off here is the last portion, the deferred fee of the developer. He's contributing a portion of his fee to make the project whole. If you look on the right-hand side, it's the cash flow, the rents that he and his team are anticipating about $640,000 per year. Got other income, the vacancy rate that the pro forma was modeled after, which is about 7%. And then operating expenses, that's going to be your staff, your maintenance, anything like that out of operating. And then he is showing his net operating income at around $226,000. Debt service, as you see, there's a construction loan on this project, and so there will be the debt service to pay back the loan. And then after the loan is paid, the operating is paid, the project is anticipated to cash flow at about $29,000 per year. We talk a little bit about the debt coverage ratio, which essentially for this project is not on this slide, but it is 1.15, looking to stabilize at about 1.5. But essentially that's saying the project will get 100% of what's needed to cover the debt, which is that 196, and then have that 0.15% that is cash flow into the project, which will help with overall long-term sustainability, going to maintenance reserves, things of that nature. The other question that council had related to this generally was what has the city contributed to the project, not just in the phase one redevelopment, but overall on the project. And so we did a little bit of math to try to identify what that looks like, what components of phase one impact phase two being the affordable housing. And so what we determined was the site work, the parking lot, and then we did some clean out and sort of prep of floors 2 and 3 of the building, but it's being delivered as what is considered a cold, dark shell, meaning no utilities, no heat, just essentially a area ready for development. And so we allocated those costs at about $3 million, which is about $74,000 per unit that the city is contributing. I'm going to move on to I think the questions that y'all had and try to kind of run through them. And then, of course, if y'all have any questions, clarifications, we're happy to respond to them. So the first question was around what led the city to choose the 50-year ground lease, and I think at $1 a year was the question. Essentially, the developer is applying for tax credits. Tax credits are great in that they provide additional funding for affordable housing deals, which are typically just challenging to make, to pencil out. But it also keeps long-term affordability when you go with that tax credit. And so I think that is what, a 30-year affordability for the tax credit?
It will be 40 years.
Okay. So 40-year tax credit. The tax credit requirements is that it's a minimum 50-year lease. And so that's why we went with the 50 years. And then I'll just mention the $1 per year. As y'all saw on the last slide where we talked about cash flow, the project is cash flowing, but it's not lucrative. And so we don't want to put the developer or the really the end tenants in any jeopardy or harm by causing, what I would call maybe undue financial stress or strain on the project. We acquired the property for nominal conveyance, about $10, and so we're not losing any acquisition costs there. And then we'll receive a portion of the taxes. The project is on a pilot, but the city will receive a small portion of the taxes through that. And then y'all had asked about alternative financing options for future projects. That's something we can definitely discuss. What we just shared with the team and with council is we could entertain a straight sale of properties in the future, and that would just be, whatever the market bears and whatever the city wants to request. The pitfall there, I should say, the con in that case would be we would lose control over the property. So once we sell it, it's really up to the buyer to do whatever they want to do on the property. And on a site like Orange Mound, one where it's on top of a library, but really in the center of a lot of other public assets, you just want to keep some level of control on the property. The other option for future projects is a recapture provision. So in certain situations, if the property, I would say we would want to identify like a minimum debt coverage ratio, and it would be something like 2, which means you're getting 100% to cover your debt, but then you also are getting an equivalent amount in operating capital. And so we would maybe think about if the property is sold or when and if the property is refinanced at certain years, we may want to recapture a portion of that just to contribute back to what the city has invested. And so, I welcome council's thought and feedback in helping us think a little bit more critically about how we can have a better return for the city above and beyond the affordable housing that we will be providing to the community. But I think those are some elements that we could consider in future projects. What local management company will be in place? The developer has selected H.M. Heckle and Company, and then we also talked about a meet and greet, maybe not at a formal council meeting, but I'm sure if we wanted to arrange that, we could. But, a meet and greet with the council just to be able to meet the property developers, talk about some of their projects, see what they've been doing, and not property developers, the property manager as an option. The next question was around the request for an overview of the total financial picture. What are the gaps and risks, return on investment, et cetera? And then I talked a little bit about that on the budget slide, but this pie chart just attempts to show how the funds are distributed. So the top chart are the sources that would be going into the project to pay expenses. The majority of that is the construction loan, which the developer is taking out. Tax credit equity, deferred costs. We talked a little bit about the deferred developer's fee, city funds, and then congressional funding. So this pie makes up the sources of the project. And then the second pie chart shows how those funds will be used. So right now we're in A&E planning, and so about $1 million in A&E architecture and engineering, plus regulatory, which will be land use control board, those sorts of things. Obviously, the majority of those costs are construction costs, financing costs. It costs money to borrow money. And then other soft costs, legal fees, insurance. I know Councilwoman White, you talked about insurance a couple of times, the reserve, which Mr. Middleton talked about, is a requirement of having reserves at the close or completed construction of the project. And so this is just essentially how the sources in the chart above will be used and contributed to the project. I think just a couple of more questions here. So y'all asked about what are the gaps or risks. The financial gap in this project that's trying to be filled is about $2.6 million. We are anticipating filling that through tax credits, deferred developer's fee, and the trust fund, I believe. Funding sources include grants, loans, equity, et cetera. And these things are standard. It typically takes a lot of contributors to make affordable housing happen, especially in this market over the last, I say, 2 to 3 years. Financial stability, I shared a little bit about this, but the project has a debt coverage ratio of about 1.15, which means it will generate enough income to cover the debt, which is key, with a small margin to start putting into savings for any escalations in operating, any capital expenditures that are not planned for, those types of things. And then primary risk is with most affordable housing developments, the risk include construction costs. So today, lumber costs, whatever it costs. In a year, it may cost more. Interest rates are fluctuating. They appear to be stable, a touch down. But those are just some of the risks that come with not only affordable housing developments, but any development. You sort of speculate and base your pro forma on past projects and trends, but when you get into it and you get your true numbers, that's where your costs can change and shift. And then return on investment for the city. The city's return, what we're looking at is community benefit. We talk a lot about the 38,000 housing unit deficit that our city has and has had for a number of years. Of course, we also know the mayor has a housing goal of 10,000 housing units by 2030. And we all talk to people on a daily basis who are struggling with housing, can't pay their rent, have nowhere to live, maybe living out their car. And so these 51 units help to add to the housing pie to help people who are looking for decent quality, affordable housing. And then I think I've just got 2 more questions to respond to here, or hopefully it's maybe 3. How will the apartments remain affordable? The city will put an affordability covenant on the project through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We typically do 25-year affordable housing covenant. The tax credit, assuming the developer is successful, they also, as he just mentioned, will require a 40-year affordability period. And when we and other agencies do that, how that is enforced is through a deed on the property. And so even if, which I know Mr. Middleton would never do this, but even if he never called us and said, hey, we're about to sell, when he goes to sell, they'll do the title search, and then they'll determine, hey, we need to either put this affordability covenant on the institution to sort of pay back and release that covenant. The city doesn't release covenants in that way. You can't pay your way out of it, but just to kind of share an example of what that looks like. And then on the compliance side, HCD does have a compliance team that does annual monitoring to make sure to see, has the ownership changed? Are the people who are living in those units still meeting the affordability restrictions, and so on and so forth. And so that's a way to make sure on the front end that the affordability is there, and then to monitor and ensure that it remains with the property. All right, security and protection. The 27 new units would have secure gated parking. The 24 units will have separate access, with additional security require a key fob or access card to get in. And, okay, and that is all. All right, Mr. Middleton, did you want to share anything?
Sure.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Ashley. Great presentation.
Excuse me, Mr. Middleton, before
Sure.
you go, I'd like to welcome Chairwoman Jenna Swearingen-Washington, Councilman Ford, and Councilwoman Walker to the dais. Okay, thank you. You may go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to give an overview and just a status of where the project is. The project has been entitled. The project has received a pilot from the Health Ed Board, and also the Health Ed Board is an issuer of the bonds. The process for these affordable housing projects are really complicated. As you can see, there's an extremely large capital stack for a small project when you sort of look at it. We have applied for tax credits at least once, which was last year, did not get awarded. We applied to THDA, that's the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, for bonds and 4% credits, which is a lot more difficult, and we applied earlier this year. The interesting thing is it looks like the project will likely be funded at this stage, assuming we have site control. I think the reason we're here today is to have site control, to demonstrate that there is site control by the developer and that this project can receive tax-exempt bonds from THDA and tax credits. And so what we've learned just as developers in working with THDA is, the core urban cities in the state are getting less funding based on the policy and the way that the qualified allocation plan for THDA is written. We understand that this round, the requests are undersubscribed. The second round later this year will be oversubscribed. And then for next year, we don't know what happens. Construction cost goes up, similar to what Ashley discussed. And, you know, the other thing is tax credits have to be sold, and so tax credit pricing can change. There's so many variables in these affordable housing projects, and as you can see, when you look at the cash flow of, you know, $29,000 annually net cash, you know, you're really building a project, you know, for the community. It's really a community project. It's about building affordable housing. You're not charging market rate rent. It's not considered a project that's market rate that's going to have a significant amount of cash flow. It's, you know, it's going to cash flow, but it's not going to be significant. But it's really a public purpose, and we understand as a developer this is a public-private partnership. You know, we enjoy these partnerships, and we understand the long history in Orange Mound, and we understand the long history of this project and this being phase 2. And I know that the project is currently, you know, halfway completed. So this just completes the project. I think, you know, what we're asking here today is to get site control so that we could provide that to THDA in order to get that piece of financing. And once we get that piece of financing, we're still not done. We still have, you know, at least another 10 to 12 months to process the project to make it a reality. So they're even at this point of getting this, there's still no guarantee. But if we don't get it, you know, it'll be difficult to know where we're at with this project. We likely could be pushed a whole nother year, and we can't anticipate the policy from THDA and how you know, core city of Memphis urban areas are going to be treated as far as allocations of tax credits and affordable housing. But we have seen, and we've seen this around the country, is more rural areas are now starting to get more funding and more affordable housing, and sort of taking that away from the core urban areas that need it. So I just wanted to just kind of give an overview of where we're at and sort of what we're trying to accomplish. And, you know, we hope, you know, and appreciate your support and to move forward at this portion of the phase of the project of trying to have site control, to try to demonstrate that to THDA so that we can get this piece of financing that's available. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
We understand and we appreciate it. We hear you, and thank you for that presentation, for answering all of the questions. I am going to go to the queue. We have Councilwoman White in the queue. And that's it for today. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you so much for coming back with answers to those questions. Of course, affordable housing is top priority in the city of Memphis, and I'm all for any ways that we can stack projects to get them funded. I'm just curious in terms of affordable housing. It looks like each, and I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding this right, each unit is $332,000?
That is the, if my math is correct, that is the development cost. So the cost to complete the construction, and that's not uncommon. It's a lot of money for a unit. But we did Edgeview a little over a year ago, and those were senior units, and that was about $350,000 per unit. And so on newer multifamily, that is typically what we're seeing to develop a affordable housing multifamily unit on a per unit basis.
Is there a reason why that would be more? Is there a reason why that would be better than just building houses for $300-something thousand in terms of? I guess I'm just that for affordable housing, just $332,000 per unit just struck me as extremely high.
Yeah,
per
and
unit.
so I think
It's not like when you say unit, what do you mean?
so if we're developing 51 units, we have to do in the case of 24 units, ground up construction, meaning nothing's there, build it. In the other case, you are retrofitting the interior of the building to create those units, and the cost for that is $320,000 per door. It is a lot, and I think, Councilwoman, you are asking, I think if I understand, you're saying, why not do
Single family.
24 single-family units at probably a little bit lower amount. And it's a trade-off. I would say this is the deal that we have attempted to enter into. We know when you're talking about single-family, and we do need single-family, we need home ownership. And I'll interject and say we also have been working to acquire several lots in Orange Mound to do exactly what you're talking about, to do single-family home ownership project. One went for RFP maybe a month and a half ago, and we've got some more to start to improve the homeownership mix there. But anyways, what we're seeing is, one, the site I don't think is conducive to single family because it has all those other institutional uses, kind of block buildings on that actual site. But then also we know that there is a need for balance. And so a lot of people who are going to end up being end users in this space are likely going to be seniors who are looking to downsize. They may be singles or small families who are not necessarily looking for a house with the additional maintenance care. Typically people who enter, and I think, what's the percentage of project-based vouchers? Do you know about how many?
100%.
100%. So the tenants will likely be project-based voucher holders, which means they may have challenges acquiring the down payment assistance. And so I think you raise a great point, but I think there are it is a different animal, a different project choice, but there are also reasons why when we develop single family, we also need to be developing multifamily for those people who are just not ready for home ownership at that time. The project, I think, will also include some veterans and some homeless population who are moving from transitional housing to more permanent housing. And we know in those cases, some individuals just aren't financially ready for the home ownership piece.
Councilwoman White, I'm also going to ask Chief Zena to speak to that as well.
And well, actually, let me put it in completion because I think you maybe can answer all of this at once. And I hate that because I don't want it to feel like it's like I'm picking a project because I'm not. As I sit on the council and we don't have these types of projects that often. So as they come, you start to kind of understand better and start to recognize patterns and start to better understand the questions that we should be asking around these types of projects. So one thing that stands out to me is that the project is highly subsidized. So it's literally everything almost has to go right for the funding to happen, which we've seen with several projects around town. 100 North Main, we got Liberty Park at a steal. We got a couple of projects at a standstill because the funding stack didn't end up kind of how we were anticipating. And so this is another one where I see that it's very close and highly subsidized. But my question is, and this may be a both and question to you all, and I hope I can articulate this how it's kind of floating in my head, but thinking of the bigger picture, when we think about we need affordable housing, but we also have the issues of blight. We have many blighted communities, but also thinking about generational wealth building with home ownership. So when I think about the best way to spend a dollar from taxpayer money or from the government, the city, I would think home ownership would be the way to go because that's one, building generational wealth. One, it's eliminating blight, and it's, the home ownership piece. And so here where you see direct city contribution of $74,000 per unit, that's 51 units. My thought is, how do we choose this type of development over saying we're going to just give away 51 properties owned by the city and provide $74,000 to complete those homes, to subsidize there and also eliminate blight in those areas, also increase home ownership, i.e. what we say will create generational wealth. So I guess I'm just trying to understand how to balance that with this multi-unit. And again, $332,000 per unit just seems really high to me for affordable housing. And I don't know if we know how that number came about. I trust that you all have experts and whatnot to come up with that number. That just seems like in Memphis, a big number per unit versus investing $74,000 of city contribution to other places.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I will say I completely agree, Councilwoman, that is high, but that is not atypical. Those are the construction costs. And when we look, so a lot of these projects don't come necessarily before y'all. And we actually started putting together and shared with Chief Zena a spreadsheet of projects that the city invests in, what the leverage is, unit costs, et cetera. But and we'll polish that up and share it with y'all, but you will see that this is standard. This is just the cost of construction, the cost of labor. If y'all look at prevailing wages, Davis Bacon, you will see that carpentry has gone up, painting has gone up. It is expensive. And so I just say that to say the 300,000 number, while it is high, it is not atypical for a multifamily unit in the Mid-South. In Western cities, I know you do development in California, you're probably looking at 600,000 a unit, which makes it more difficult. So that piece of it is high, but it is comparable to what we're seeing. In terms of the deal, we started this back in, I think, 2017. We did a lot of community engagement. We asked the community what they wanted to see in the area. We also looked at the market to see what the market could bear. And really what came out of that was a public access to a public facility. A lot of the community wanted the school to become a school, and we were not, that's just not what the city does. But on top of that, they said we want senior housing, and senior housing is typically going to be in a multifamily fashion. And so I would just offer that I think all of your points are valid, and I don't think it's a either or. I think when you have these developments, you look at the site, you look at your partners, you look at what you're trying to achieve overall, and determine what the best outcome is. And so I think we have determined at HCD that the multifamily is the best outcome for that site. With that being said, we also are working in Orange Mound on a community land trust. We have an advisory committee. We have acquired single family lots, and we're looking to do a homeownership initiative in that area where we are helping to subsidize, and we wouldn't be subsidizing at $74,000. I think in this case we're probably looking at like $25,000 per lot, but helping to subsidize that homeownership development. So we're trying to balance the wealth building, make sure people have opportunities for homeownership, but then also make sure seniors and others have opportunity for projects. And we're creating projects that work for the areas that we're in. So great points. I think it's, those end up being decision points. And on this particular project, that's what we have determined the multifamily.
How many square feet is each unit?
That would be.
Sure. For the units that are above the library, they're approximately 600 to 800 square feet. And then for the adjacent property, the townhomes, they're between 1,000 and 1,500 square feet. Oh, sorry. And for the units that are above the library, they're all 1 bedrooms. For the units that are on the vacant land, they're all 2 bedrooms. So you got 2-story townhome product. And you have about, of the 27 that are on the vacant lot, there are approximately 9 that are stacked flat 2-bedroom units.
So here we just have a total 332,000 per unit. Is that looking at all of them equally, or what is that breakdown?
That is actually looking at all of them equally. We could do the math to tell you what the townhomes are versus the multifamily. It wouldn't be a huge difference. You're not looking at 200,000 versus 300, but it probably does shift between like 20 and 30,000. But that is just the aggregate total, or aggregate average, I should say.
And then I have one just last question, and I'll get out of the queue. In terms of the deal, and this may be more of a Chief Zena question, is there any opportunity in this deal or even others in the future with like a 50-year term for us to have kind of a reopener after 25 years to share in some upside after the project stabilizes? Is there an opportunity there?
John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Councilwoman, that's a great question. We don't have a definitive answer to that yet, but that is one of a series of questions that we are exploring as we try to collaborate across all of the agencies that are responsible for supporting development in one way or another across our government, and working with county government as well, and looking at what is legislatively, statutorily available for those agencies or government to do to participate either on the front end or maybe midway into a project like you're describing. But suffice to say that is something that we also agree that we need to be getting more involved in.
Thank you. I'll just end with this. I am no expert in terms of development in these things, and maybe I can spend a little bit more time to understand it. I will say that $332,000 per unit for affordable housing seems really high to me. And especially when we're talking about 600 to 800 square feet units and 1,000 to 1,500 square foot units, I'm thinking about like houses that are $300,000. I mean, large houses. Condos downtown that you can get in for $300,000. So that seems like really expensive to me for affordable housing. But I defer to you all as the experts in this instance that have vetted this and believe this to be a true cost. And I yield.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, great points. And before you go on, because housing is our priority in the city, and this is HCD, what I would like to see when you all come back is a report on all of we're trying to get to 10,000. I'm not sure what department has charge over that, but because this is HCD, I would like to see a listing for each district of the projects, not only that the city's working on, but all of those housing projects, whether it's affordable, attainable, middle income, or multifamily, so we can start to keep a running total on what we have, what the status of them are, our city's investment, or if it's private, and what the goals are in terms of completion, target goals. So that way we can say, hey, we're at 200, we're at 500, we're at 600, and this list has the ones that we're investing in, and the other list is private. So we'll keep a record of that here. And then we can kind of see those trends and the costs and how they compare, to your point. Now, I would like to segue over to Chief Zena. Well, first of all, Councilwoman, do you mind if I allow him to go on? Okay. If you would go, thank you, I appreciate that. If you would go ahead and kind of share context to the questions or the concerns that she has as it relates to how we're moving forward in the city and housing and why, the multifamily versus the singular or both at the same time.
Certainly. Just to briefly touch on your request, Councilman Logan, relative to the housing goal and bringing information to you, a couple of things I want to share on that. During the State of the City, when the mayor announced the goal, he also talked about an integrated community development framework of the agencies that are responsible for supporting housing across city government. That is, again, sort of an integrated cooperative framework of all those agencies that we have started. One of the major tasks that we have is not only documenting all of the projects where one of our city agencies or more are supporting new housing or have been requested to support new housing, so that we can evaluate based on how what types of support need to go into those projects, but then also to be able to keep a running total of what is being done toward the goal, both directly by agencies of city government as well as in the private market. So just as you're asking, that structure is being put together and that data is being assembled as we speak. So we should be able to do that within the next couple of months. It would not be at the next meeting, but we could do that in the next couple of months.
The next couple of months, it is now April, May.
Yeah, I would say the second meeting in May could be the earliest that we could do that.
Pardon me?
Second meeting in May would probably
Second
be the
meeting in
earliest
May.
we could do that.
Okay, you'll have that.
All right. And just
Hold on one second. Is it a question about what he just said?
Yeah.
To clarify?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Councilwoman.
Oh,
you can
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
No, go ahead on.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, with that, will that give us a good snapshot of, would that data give us a good snapshot of what our, I guess, average investment is per unit? Does that make sense? Kind of.
it does make sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can work toward that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not seeing
And not
what
just
that
in
column
this, I
looks
mean,
like in
kind
the
of in
table right
general.
now.
Because what I don't
But
want is us
absolutely.
to start doing projects like this, and then we're doing 74K per unit, and then we start doing 25, and then we're talking about 10,000 units, and this is 51 of the 10,000. And if we start at 74, what does that look like if we? Because what I'm hearing from the conferences, and I think from you all too, is that most affordable housing projects require some type of subsidy from us.
Absolutely.
That's
So
true.
if that's the case, and we're looking at 10,000 units, we've got to set some kind of standard as to what the city portion will be in terms of subsidy, and make sure that that's balanced out across our future goal of 10,000 units.
Certainly. And that 10,000 is all housing. So it's affordable and market rate. And again, we're expecting that the private market, through other ways that we support creating the conditions for housing development, will bring more market-led development without the city having to put subsidy. Regulation is a big part of that. So we've already made changes over subsequent years to make small multifamily more affordable from a cost per unit standpoint, but that really just goes up to 24 units. Councilwoman, when you talk about seeing that number of cost per unit being so high, a big driver of that is the fact that single family and multifamily are regulated out of two different building codes. And once you cross from 2 units to 3 units into the commercial building code, the cost per unit can increase by 30%, just purely because it's moved from one code to the next. So we've tried to take some steps locally to address that. And quite frankly, I think we're probably one of the forerunners in the country in addressing the building code. But the zoning has a big part of that too, in terms of what we make available to be built where, because a lot of times getting to affordability is about making available the number of units per square foot or per acre that can be yielded as a result of what we allow in our zoning code. And so we artificially constrain how much housing we can generate through the zoning code, and that's a big reason why we're trying to address that through the UDC updates now. Again, a lot of that is market, just allowing the market to do what it does without us having to put subsidy in. Where it comes to subsidy, you're absolutely right that 74 per unit's a big number, but there's also a range in which we support and subsidize housing, and that range depends on a lot of different factors. The type of housing that it is, the number of units, the location. There are some communities where a higher subsidy is required because, the average market comp is in many cases below what it takes to just build even a single family house. And so, that's often where subsidy comes in to try to fill that gap. And so, to Director Cash's point, the overall strategy is a both and. We've got to think about what are our tools that we are adding to the toolbox that support construction of multifamily, support senior families, or senior housing, support single family. There are a number of different types of housing choices that need to be provided in the market and into areas all over the city. And how we subsidize those is obviously going to be variable on a number of different factors. But the fact of the matter is we've got to have enough choice in the market for different types of families and different stages of life. Director Cash talked about, there may be some folks who aren't ready for home ownership. There also may be folks who are done with home ownership and need to move into an affordable rental product because of their stage in life. We also have demographics that we're kind of up against. 40% of households in Memphis are one person, 40%. And so a lot of folks who are single living alone, they don't want to get into a mortgage. They much prefer a rental. And those choices range of single family and multifamily. I think what the goal is, or the intent around the supply goal of 10,000 units is looking at not only delivering a specific number, but delivering a range that meets the needs of not just Memphians today, but Memphians of tomorrow, so that we can not only attract more population, but keep more population in our city, because they find that they have choices of places to live and how to live throughout our community.
Thank you for that. And that's what I wanted everybody to hear. Out of the 10,000, I think we immediately thought single-family homes, but we are trying to attract younger professionals, and we have seniors that are here who may not want that. I would like to know how many we have of each when you come back as well. How many single-family homes we have in Memphis, proper and how many other, and then where we trying to get. Now, I would like to say that Councilman Canali has joined us and Councilwoman Green. We have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Walker, and Chairwoman Swearingen Washington in the queue, and we will recognize you in that order.
Thank you, Chair. During the presentation, there was a question that I think I posed the last time that you were here, the management part of it. And then as you was talking, something else kind of came up as I was listening, because my colleague has asked some great questions that took two of them away, so that's perfectly fine. However, the development part, if the developer decides to sell, what happens is the developer comes in here and they meet us and we build a rapport and a trust. And then they decide to sell to somebody we have no idea who they've sold to. And then it jeopardizes and puts our constituents, because we're looking for a certain quality and a standard when it comes to servicing them and making sure that's happening. And I'm saying that because of the emails and the things that I'm getting across this city, that all these other affordable apartments that has been built and the poor management for these senior citizens that they're living just don't get the quality. We just cannot continue, and it's nothing towards you, sir, but these are things that are coming up to this body when we are now hearing these things and asking these certain questions. How do we and you all and the administration, and we guarantee that we keep that same quality of service if the developer decides to sell to another developer and we have no idea who they are? Does that management group still stay in place? What happens? So, because there's a lot of dynamics that can take place. What control do we have over that and protecting our constituents?
Great, thank you, Councilwoman. Great points. And I would say, so within the lease agreement, we typically will have a term in there that the city must be provided notice of any sale or anything. There are different defaults and termination clauses. And I was actually just looking through the lease option so I could try to quote it for you. But on the property manager, and we've seen exactly what you're talking about. And so on the property manager, we have worked with the developer to insert a clause that says if there are property management issues, one, we provide notice. We say, hey, it's been however long and y'all are not maintaining the grounds or whatever the case is. We provide notice. They get the right to cure. And if they don't, we have the right to remove and replace the property manager. And that would be at no cost to the city. That would just be the city coming in and saying, hey, your folks haven't held up their end of the bargain. This is our right. In terms of a sale, we would have the right for notice. So Mr. Middleton couldn't just sell in the middle of the night. He would have to provide us notice. There's typically a time period. It's usually 60 days, which gives the city time to investigate and learn a little bit more about who that potential buyer is. And then we would not be able to reject the sale with undue notice. I'm not saying the right term, but we couldn't say no for a frivolous reason. But if he said, hey, we're going to sell to this company and we know this company has 20 vacant and abandoned apartments, lots of complaints, code violations, then we would have cause to say, no, that is not a reasonable buyer. And I will say with the, and it's a lease, so they could convey their rights, but it's the city who still owns it. But that is, I think, the beauty of a lease versus a sale. It does give the city long-term leverage and long-term control over the site, whereas if we were just selling it to him and he decided to go sell to somebody who's fly-by-night, who really have no standing. And so those are, to answer your question, those are elements that we put in the full lease. I do want to remind council, if y'all approve this lease option, we still have to bring the full lease back to you for approval. And so I've been asking my team to kind of flag the items that y'all have questions about to make sure they are covered in the lease. But that will be something when we brought the full lease back, we would highlight and then make sure that y'all were comfortable with how we were handling the sale and negotiation.
And then my second question, this may be a John Zener question, then I will be finished. And it may have already been asked. What areas, I know the goal is 10,000 homes. What areas are projected?
Mm-hmm.
Are you all planning on building all these affordable homes? And what districts? I mean, is there a layout? You want these many over here in this district, these many over here in that district. Have you all come up with a plan with that? Is that something that you all have looked into? And if so, we want that information shared as well.
It can just be added to that report where it shows the district with all of them.
I can do that, but I'll just say overall, this is a high-level goal to help encourage us from a policy and investment standpoint to be able to produce more supply, particularly in, we just say, the core of our city, the central part of our city. But there's not it's not prescriptive to, we're directing certain number of units to certain neighborhoods, that sort of thing. We want to, again, create the conditions to where more housing is being built in our city.
Okay. Did that answer you?
Yes.
Okay. So, and there is a
Chair.
different, what'd you say? Okay, you're welcome. Well, we'll go ahead. Well, Councilwoman Walker and then Councilwoman, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming today and for this presentation. As someone already said, yes, you all are the experts, and we appreciate that. I think it was my colleague Cooper Sutton who mentioned something about the number of units. Anyway, let me move on. That thought will come back to me. But I did want to piggyback on that. So you all were saying something about the upstairs versus the downstairs. So my question is, the housing upstairs, does that include senior housing?
Yes, I think you're
Above the library?
describing right.
Yes.
That would be the senior housing component, and then those are the 1-bedrooms. And typically, when we see development of senior housing, it is 1-bedroom or studio. The housing that's on the site, which is the 2-bedroom, that is not senior. It's more for family. But does that answer your question?
Yes, so to that, so the seniors, so before I go any further, I am a senior citizen.
Okay.
So I'm taking upon myself that I'm speaking on behalf of thousands, near and far. Yes, I am. September 26th will be the 35th anniversary of my 30th birthday.
I've not heard that before.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. So we have I can safely say considerable, I don't have the data, but there is not the largest part of our senior population, but a considerable part of our senior population we can describe them for purposes of my point as middle class and upper middle class. And a lot of people, seniors in this group, they would love to give up their home for something of quality, And I know this ain't that, but I need to take the opportunity to just make this point. So I know this is not that, but there are thousands of seniors who would like to downsize, who can pay for housing, and they don't want to be a part of a subsidized complex. So I'm just breaking it down. So and I wish, because I've mentioned it to you and others, but I wish maybe I'll be the one to pick up the mantle and see what can be done for that specific demographic. And then you said the library senior apartments are on top of the library. So what are the options for them getting upstairs?
We have an elevator shaft that we built out during the phase 1 of the development. It's not a requirement. I think per code, 3 stories is not a requirement to have an elevator, but we did build out an elevator.
It's not a requirement for seniors?
Not for seniors, but the building code. However, we did build out.
That's correct.
We'll follow up.
Yeah,
You may
we did build out.
continue.
We do have an elevator shaft there. I think the cost for an elevator actually is probably around $300,000, and so that's something that we can look into and see if it's possible to make that part of the budget. I don't know if y'all are considering.
We already do have an elevator for that, so that is planned. Yeah.
And then,
So an elevator and a staircase.
yes, ma'am.
Are these on the inside? Do they enter
They
the
are
building?
on the inside of the building.
They're on
They
the
will
inside of the building?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, all right.
Can I make another comment? I just wanted to
sure.
speak to your, and so the seniors that you talked about who are not, meeting that affordable criteria, no, they would not qualify for these apartments. But we have in HCD, we have a middle income program that we piloted last year that's really to help just that. We've got a lot of people, seniors included, they probably have a retirement, maybe getting a little bit more than Social Security. And they're a little bit above the 80% AMI. And so we have that pool of funds to try to help those housing developments for folks who don't qualify for the affordable, but they want something that's new, a little bit more quality senior within the community. No worries. But I just wanted to share that kind of tagging on what Chief Zena is saying about the mix of housing type, the mix of income access. We are looking at ways that we can support those types of efforts.
And to your point, Councilwoman, if you all could bring back information about the middle income housing program that we have as well. Okay.
Thank you. I
You're
yield the
welcome.
floor.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
Wow, we talking about elevator.
Yes, sir.
I'm
For the big wide,
very serious.
I understand.
I'm very serious. Because if you got seniors and all this, somebody. It's hard for ambulance service and everyone else. Okay?
And or a hospital bed.
Yes, sir.
He said funeral director. Oh, Lord. Okay.
Makes it hard on us too.
Yeah.
Getting people.
There you go.
Oh, we have to take money.
But since we're not in the business of doing it anymore, you know, since they've got fire department do it now, you know, fire department always told the undertaker we didn't know what we were doing. But before they came into service, undertakers were the ones that did everything. We made all the scenes of everything, okay? Accidents, everything that was happening, it was the undertaker. But when they came in, they told us we didn't know what we were doing. But you know what? 2 weeks after they came in, fire department went on strike. They had to call us back. But we told, we don't know what we're doing, but you need us now? Okay? That's what I'm saying. Elevate, that's very important. The apartments that were built on 4th Street, it had stairway,
All right.
plus it had ramp, which took care of everything, okay? I had a 900-pound woman that we had to go and get. The ramp saved her. That's why I said elevators now in these buildings got to be wide enough, you know, in order for you to give that service. Don't put somebody in there and then if something happens, I get sick, it's gonna be hell trying to get up there. Okay?
Thank
Makes a
you.
difference.
That was a great point as well. Thank you for that. One last question briefly by Councilwoman White as we close.
I just wanted to know if there were any similar projects we could look at in comparison for kind of a per unit cost. And I guess for you, Chief Zena, when you were saying that based on our codes, it's more commercial, it gets more expensive than residential. I think in my mind, it immediately made me think that's more reason to use $74,000 of city money towards individual housing, reduce blight. Then you also get a house on the property tax roll versus a property where we're getting a pilot, so we're not getting taxes. So it just seems like the better investment for $74,000 of taxpayer money would be towards individual housing because it just serves so many purposes for the constituents. And so it would be really helpful to kind of understand any other projects that are kind of capitalized in this kind of way and subsidized by the government or by us by $74,000 per unit and the cost, because that would really just kind of help me get a bigger picture of that. Because to me, it just seems like the better investment is the individual housing for a multitude of reasons.
So her specific question was, do you know of
Examples.
of
Yeah.
a project that she can relate to?
Yeah, when we come back with that report
Yeah.
we're talking about, we'll bring at least a few comparable examples that we can
Okay.
go through. Yeah.
And also, we don't want, and last point, thank you all, it's been a great conversation. We really need a discussion around our goals for that, for the housing priority that we have in our city. So having these discussions is great. Also, we cannot forget our pocket neighborhoods, our, single family, small, the cottage neighborhoods, because that would help with, it's not commercial. And it would be the size that we need and the type of quality that we're looking for. So bring something back on that as well. Thank you.
Councilwoman
Appreciate
Logan.
it.
That is a new proposal in the UDC, so we will bring that back.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much for your comments and questions.
Hey, one other thing, when you come back, all these
Oh, yeah,
different
we gotta vote.
neighborhoods in everybody's district, I have quite a
vote.
few. You got developers, single-family homes, okay? Y'all need to kind of help them. Like what she just said, it comes back to the tax roll, everything else, and that $300,000. That would be quite a few. Elsie Ball is one. They've built about 7 to 8 homes. Check with them. They're doing a very good job. And people are moving in. And when those people move in, they become on the tax roll. You want to put some of these seniors in these little houses, but
Yeah.
I would prefer to have a house that I'm paying $850 for than if I'm in an apartment I'm paying $900 for. Okay?
All right, great point. Okay, colleagues, we have to vote, a discussion, and we're able to ask your questions. So I'll,
Yeah, but you tell that man upstairs.
okay, all those in favor for this going down, with favorable recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This motion carries. Thank you. Seeing no more business before this committee, we are adjourned. Thank you, colleague. Yes, with same 9 minutes.
Come on, Councilman, get us back on schedule, please. You?
Where's the mayor? Somebody tell me. Councilwoman Pearl Walker, echoing me. Brevity is the key. And yeah, we can get done with it. Item number 1, a resolution. What? Oh, Ms. Keaton, thank you for getting me together. You know what to do.
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Logan. Chair Smiley.
We here. All right, item number 1, a resolution to transfer and appropriate $375,580 from contract construction to architecture, engineering, and fire SNAO budget. Building systemic repair project number PW17302 for required additional design modifications District 6. So with the shade sponsored by the administration, there's a request for saying 9 minutes. Can I get a motion moved by Ford, seconded by Jerry Green? Floor is yours. All right, go ahead. Could you hit your mic? There we go. Perfect.
You may say it again? Stephen Chastain, 2670 Avery, 38112, fire planning chief. So we secured some grant funding to seismically retrofit the building at 354 Adams and also do a stormwater project to make some remediation of the Tanyard Bayou or Gayosa Bayou that runs underneath the structure there and across the property. Once we secured the grant funding, we had some decisions to make about what we're going to use this building for. It used to house the fire apparatus maintenance shop. In order to do the work, we've moved them out to the new Coca-Cola facility you all are familiar with on Hollywood. Our purpose for the facility in the future is going to be, we're going to centralize the fire logistics operations, which would be air mask, just our logistical services. It'll clean turnouts there. We'll have hydrant repair there. And because we already have Fire Station 5, the new Fire Station 5 on that same property, this would bring, one, it would get us out of the rental business out on Appling Center Cove where we're renting property out there for our logistics services. It would centralize it and make it more convenient for the distribution of materials. Providing the seismic retrofit protects us in catastrophic circumstances, along with the flood walls that are going to be built around it that would let us keep operations going during flooding. But this additional funds here is for us to tailor that building to what we want to use it for.
So this is budget neutral?
Yes, we're moving money from construction to A&E.
Architecture.
That's it.
Any questions by this body? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a request for same 9 minutes. I think we're already good because I've already mentioned it. All right. Thank you so much. Item number 2, resolution to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $500,000 from drainage ST cover line project number ST03205 to Tonto and third drainage project ST03234 from construction funds for upgrading the drainage system. Tonto and third District 6 with the straight sponsored by the administration. Request for same 9 minutes moved by Ford, seconded by Cooper Sutton. Floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. Resolution to add additional $500,000 for this project that's ongoing at Tonto and Third. It's budget neutral. It'll be pulled from our cover line. And what occurred is there's an unanticipated special waste that was found on site during excavation. So tires, concrete debris, things like that. So this additional cost is for the contractor that has removed that special waste, segregated it, and then the disposal at the landfill.
Cool. You're a fast study because I was going to ask that question. You already got it. Budget neutral. All right. Any questions about this body?
I don't know.
Yeah. So currently, the project is roughly about 60% complete. The detention basin is fairly much, it's in. They still have to work on the actual collection system that eventually will tie into Tonto. And so we're probably a good 2 to 3 months out for completion. That is the goal of the project, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that was for same 9 minutes as well.
It was same 9 minutes. I read it probably way too fast, but I read it. I'm going to slow down. I'm not, but it's a good call. All right. Item number 3, discussion of maintenance and blight remediation responsibilities by city-owned properties and art installations. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, who do you have here coming? Do you know? Somebody got to come talk to us. Are you ready? I just want to know that. Come on. I just want to know. No one has ever been that eager to come sit in this seat.
There you go.
Well, she said she heard art. She said it's my time to shine. I love that.
We have several people here today, but this is more for the council than others, but they're here for their expert input.
Whenever you're that eager to come up, you gotta say something.
Thank you.
Y'all should know who's talking first.
You know, Miss Edwards always on point and ready to go. Okay. You ready? Okay. So.
All right, Councilwoman Logan, it's your show.
Thank you, Chairman. Ahead of the budget season, I would like to put before my colleagues the need for us to really evaluate the projects that come before us as a whole and the dollars that are being allocated, because we definitely know how to do shiny and new. However, there's room and opportunity for us to do better with maintenance. So, are we ready? I have a video I would like for you to see, and this again it's very brief, and it has more to do with us being responsible on our end with putting money where it needs to be than the situation. Than the administration or the leaders here executing. So I definitely want to tool them with the funds needed to do the job that we need them to do to keep our districts and the public infrastructure in our district maintained and well. So each one of us has I'm sure have something in our district that has public investment that we need to really be conscious about the maintenance of it in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15. And if there's no money in the budget for maintenance, no money in the budget for staffing for that, there's no way in the world that it's going to be kept nice. So we did the first investment that was done during the prior administration, prior mayor, was the Raleigh Town Center Civic Center, which is it's a wonderful place that has really brought the community together. But it's at the point where most of the buildings and the projects that we have in these other districts, like Southwest is coming up, we have others in other districts. If we don't address this, it's going to be blighted. So I do want you to take a look at this video briefly.
Councilwoman, we're going to have like 16 minutes total.
Okay, all right. This is very short. This was opened up few years ago. And so you see trees growing out of the side of the lake, and that potentially could damage it. What? There's audio. This is brush that is growing up inside of the lake that grabs all the trash. So all around the lake, you'll see trash. There's the swing has fallen down, and it's just kind of sitting there. That's actually dangerous. And so this is around the lake where the walking trail is. This is where people come. And I guess this was a barrier put to hold the mud from sliding down into the lake, but it's just plastic. This is inside of the lake. And so when the constituents are walking and bringing people to this property, this is inside of the lake as well. And so if we don't have the maintenance in place or the staff in place to keep it clean, it's not going to be. And I don't care what cycle we're on, 15 days, and they do the best they can with the monies they have, but we can build it, we can open it up, but if we don't have the staffing to keep it nice, it's not going to work. So I'm just using this as an example for us to really be cognizant of the money that we put in the budget for maintenance staff. We have the green team downtown. We have the blue suede brigade downtown, and that's intentional. But we have to be intentional about all of our districts and how we keep things clean and nice. So I'm getting pictures and about this. But when I call They take care of it, but we need to put something in place where we don't have to call. And this is the new amphitheater. We haven't even done the ribbon cutting yet. This right here is a no-no. And, you're going to see holes coming out. So I'm just using it as an example. And it has no, bearing on them because they take care of it. They just don't have the manpower. They just don't have the funds to do it. And this is a retention pond. So all the water in the community comes here, it's supposed to come here. But the holes where the water is going to come out, they're going to be full and it's going to be flooded because it's stuff covering up the holes. So, colleagues, we have to really think about what do we want in our community? How are we going to move forward? We're building things, but we got to think about the maintenance portion of them. And I would just like to open up the floor to Chief Adams and Director Jameson for their insight. They have very good ideas about how to fix this, but it's going to take money. Thank you. I yield back.
Total 15 minutes.
Yes. Melvin Jameson, General Services Director. So, Councilwoman Logan, as we spoke on this, we know that there are issues there, of course, that we in General Services have our 15-day cut-in cycle and blight remediation teams that come out and either on demand or through our regular cycles. We also have a vendor that cuts the large part of the lawn. So, but our conversation was kind of centered around what will it really take to have a true maintenance program there, and that's what's needed. When we open up a building such as this, we want it to stay and keep looking well throughout its course, and it's going to take, as we talked about, putting the resources there to get it done. I know that this is a particular unique situation with the retention pond and the lake, the fountains, with the walkway and the ducks and the poop.
Yeah.
So these things are challenging. These are daily things that, not daily, but,
Daily. Daily.
Okay, daily things that
Daily.
need to be addressed. And it's going to take quite a bit of resource to get this done. Coming up with a maintenance plan is what I suggest.
Yeah.
And I will take responsibility for coming up with that maintenance plan and see what that cost will be.
And whenever we call, now this is going to be in everybody's area. So I'm thinking about everybody across the city. We have kind of like a plan downtown, but we don't really have it in the outlying areas. So, and we talk about libraries, we talk about the public spaces, the Southwest Twin that's coming up. There has to be either a contract or groundskeeper or something. And they come out, but we're chasing it. Like we'll call when the constituents have just had enough. And they call or we see it. But how do we get ahead of it is what I'm trying to say. We got to start budgeting for that or putting some things in place for that. So that's about that ahead of this budget cycle. And we need to know what that plan needs to look like and identify those if it starts with just one place in everybody's district that's having this problem, whether it's a community center in your district, it might, and this one in, in Raleigh or Cordova or wherever, but that's something we have to put on the forefront. All right.
So if I could kind of chime in a little bit, and I do echo what Director Jameson mentioned, but the other part of this that I think that we are missing as well is we saw a lot of trash there. And trash is discarded by the people who come along. It's not okay to do that in our city. And it is going to take a collective effort. One, we need to have the receptacles there so they can throw away their trash. Then people need to do so. I think there was some meetings some time ago when the chairwoman mentioned when someone walks out of the store and just discards the trash on the ground, that's not okay. And we can no longer normalize that. The one thing that we do as well, Councilwoman Logan, that you mentioned is we do have to have a maintenance program, one in which it takes care of the buildings. But then we also need to help and empower our people that they don't normalize defacing or allowing anyone else to come into our community and do the same. So we need to make sure that we have areas to collect the trash. We need to make sure we pick up the trash in a routine fashion. You have the other directors here who actually occupy that area as well. And so collectively, we will come up with a maintenance plan. Our maintenance plan will be based on the funding that we have, the staffing that we have, but we also need to continue to enforce that we cannot trash our city.
Absolutely. Well, and that, when we were the cleanest city in Memphis, we had a campaign, and I think I sent everybody a video. They had a beauty pageant, they had scholarships, they had everything. People coming from all around the world to Memphis because we had a program. We had signage everywhere, keep Memphis clean, don't litter. So we definitely are gonna have to, if we're gonna change the mindset, we gotta get back to this. So some kind of way, administration, if you all could prioritize a campaign to keep our community clean, that would be great. From elementary school to the churches, to the neighborhoods, to downtown, wherever you go. In the movie theaters, buy a little thing when they go to the movies, when you go to the Grizzly games, wherever, T-shirts, whatever you gotta do, we gotta, if that's a part of it, but I'm asking you, whatever we need to do, put that in the plan too. But
Yes,
we
ma'am.
gotta have maintenance. And because Austin P Highway is right there, trash comes, there's no barrier from the lake in there. So this is an isolated situation, but I'm talking about in general, in other districts, there are places. We talk about Elvis Presley all the time. So there may needs to be a team. We don't have park rangers anymore. We're gonna have to have dedicated people in these outlying areas to keep our community clean. It can't just be on y'all, because you all do an amazing job with what you have. We have to prioritize monies to go to the cleaning and maintenance as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you
But
for your
y'all have to
continued
come up
support.
with the plan to tell us.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. That. And Ms. Edwards is I guess in charge of beautification through art and all of that. One of the areas that we put our beautification dollars. So when you clean up the blight, in conjunction with cleaning up the blight and cleaning up our areas, you got to make it beautiful as well. We've talked about art, planter boxes downtown in our communities, in our neighborhoods, projects that coincide with our efforts to clean. We also have a place where we can begin beautification, not only with public art, but with Memphis City Beautiful and any other place. So this is not a sad or a scolding. It's team, how do we fix this? How do we clean and beautify our city intentionally with our dollars and with our thoughts and plans? Ms. Edwards?
Lakeisha Edwards, Urban Art Commission. So I came last year when I was asked to give a plan, and I gave a 5-year plan. I also gave a 12-month plan. I did also give you copies of that same slideshow that I presented at that time. Nothing has changed, of course. We're still on track with that same plan, but each year I put one of the larger projects from maintenance into my project funding, because I don't have enough money in maintenance. So this year, Dave Wells is one of those projects where we didn't have enough money in maintenance to cover it. And the outside of the community center, all of that artwork is faded. So it looks like blight at this point. So we put it into the actual project funds. I'm doing it again in this upcoming fiscal year because, again, we get $35,000 for maintenance each year, but we have over 300 pieces in our collection. So obviously that's not enough funding for us to properly take care of the entire collection. It's also not the amount that is in the ordinance for Urban Art Commission to receive for this particular contract. Those numbers are also in the packet that I provided as well, but I do have a 5-year plan. It is before you, and if receiving the funding, I can play it out.
And in conjunction with the council members or the communities, those beautification plans can coincide with the needs of the different areas that you have projects in. So just wanted to, so we can begin to look at beautification and blight remediation and mitigation in the same context. So when you know, whatever, there's a collaboration and there's funding in both to do what we need to do.
And I also wanted to give a shout out to Public Works because they have been amazing. And every time we call and ask them about doing cleanup around public art projects, we get an immediate response.
All right. Well, Councilwoman Green, Cooper Sutton, acquiesce to you.
Just very briefly, I agree, Councilwoman Logan, this is something we need to be proactive in this budget season. I know that me and Mayor Harris's team were out scrubbing graffiti off of a piece of art on a really hot day last fall. And, you know, you're reliant on volunteer hours sometimes to get things cleaned up like that. And it was a long, hot, hard day to get that cleaned up, but we did. And I see Director Bolden here. I know just this past week, I sent you a text from a constituent who was worried about our softball, baseball parks and the state and affairs there. Her daughter and their team had to wait an hour for the game to start because they didn't know that the coaches were supposed to bring their own bases because we didn't have the equipment for bases. So we're just asking you what you need because we want kids to be able to play in the parks. We want clean lakes. We want beautiful art. And we want to be able to keep our city. I agree 100% with Mr. Adams that it is not just our responsibility, it is everyone's responsibility. You know, when people call me about blighted areas or trash on the ground, I'll say, yes, you can call me, yes, and I'll direct it. Yes, you can make a request in 311. You can also bend down and pick it up. So every one of us has got to do our part, whatever it is, but I really appreciate you bringing this today because I've had just this past week experiences, earlier this fall experiences with exactly these things and how we've got to do more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief Adams, for your input and all your knowledge and everything that you bring to the table. The departments, thank you all, but we know that we have a staffing problem, and that came years ago, and this is why we're where we are now. So let's deal with it up front, what happened. And how do we correct that? What's the solution to get it better? Because we just didn't get here overnight. I've done the research, I've looked at it, and when budget season comes, these are things that we need that's in our power and our authority, and say this is where we want these dollars to go. However, your name escaped me.
Lakeisha.
Yes, you did. You presented all of this to us, you know, told us about that. That community center is in my district, and it is so unfortunate that it looks like that, but we want our children to do as we say, but then we don't set the example for them on what it should be or how it shouldn't be. And so I hope that this year that your maintenance requests show the presentation of our city and our children can see that it starts with us as an adult. We talk the talk, but do we really walk the walk in this city? And when it's time for funding, it's always we don't have enough for this. But when other things come, and that's a story for another day. We some kind of way find the funding and find the money to do so. But our communities and our children, and yes, I agree with Councilwoman Green with exactly what she said. You can call and report it, and on the same token, you pick it up too. Because I ended up picking up stuff, stopping. This man had to tell me, "Man, please don't move that tire. I'll get that tire at the street." Because it could have caused an accident from, I'm just saying, just simple things. People that have accidents. I don't know who the wreckers are, and that's another story for another day too. Clean up the trash when you finish the wreck. We're paying you, pick it up. I mean, I don't understand that part. Sweep the glass, sweep it out the streets. Okay, the police are supposed to make sure, so that's another day, another story. Thank you. I know brevity, I already know your word. And the contractor. So there's another issue that needs to be addressed when it comes to our streets and running over things. That trash is still left there. So A year ago when I first got on here, I asked for a maintenance plan, and now we're back here again for a maintenance plan. How can you build something? How can you buy a house and not have insurance on it? Just for something to happen. I asked for this almost a year ago, a maintenance plan. So thank you, Chief. I hope we can execute this, get this in place in a couple months. Shouldn't take long for a plan, and bring it back by May to us. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna be done. We see the budget next week. Y'all know I always tell you, so y'all don't want to hear my long speech, but you know your priorities, all the things that are deeply concerning for you. Make sure you see it in the budget, and if you don't, it's your authority given to you by the charter of the city of Memphis to make changes. So do it in partnership.
That was the reason for bringing it, so it'll be on our minds for next budget. And in our budget. Yeah.
Talk your talk then.
Thank
All right,
you.
so
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for being here. We hear you. We hear you. We hear you. We hear you. So just make
$134,035,000 General Improvement Bond, Series 2026, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Good morning.
Good morning. Andre Walker, Deputy CFO.
You may proceed. Give me one moment, Mr. Walker.
There we
Let me
go.
get my-
Okay.
You may proceed. Thank
All right.
you.
So this report on debt obligation is for the General Improvement Bonds Series 2026, which were issued to pay off $150 million in commercial paper. The par amount on bonds, $134,035,000. The true interest cost on the bonds, 3.67%. The bonds received a rating by Moody's of AA2 and the ratings from S&P of AA. The bonds were sold via a competitive sale and awarded to JP Morgan. We closed the transaction March 4th of this year. The bonds are structured to amortize over 20 years and have a final maturity of May 1, 2046. Going to page 2 of the handout. It provides details of the cost of interest on the bonds. Issuance fees total $645,000 and change. Page 3 and 4 of the handout provides the principal payments on the bonds as well as the interest rates. And again, at the bottom of page 4, you'll see that the total amount on the bonds is $134,035,000. That concludes my presentation.
And you said this is the,
Yeah, City Council previously approved the issuance of GO bonds to pay off the outstanding commercial paper. We do this process about every 18 months or so. So these bonds were issued to pay off the $150 million in commercial paper.
any members in the queue? Okay. All right, seeing no members in the queue, all those, and actually, you know what I just thought about? We didn't have a motion and a second.
Oh, one other thing, this doesn't require any action by council at all.
Oh, okay. All right,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. All right. Item number 2 is a report on debt obligation for issuance of $55,355,000 stormwater system revenue bond, Series 2026, all council districts, sponsored by the administration.
So this report also does not require any further action by council. We're just required to provide council with the results of the sale. So these bonds, the Stormwater System Revenue Bonds Series 2026, were issued to provide funding for various capital projects of the stormwater system. The par amount in bonds, $55,355,000. The true interest cost on the bonds, 4.14%. The bonds were rated by Moody's at AA2, and S&P provided a rating of AA. The bonds were sold via a competitive sale and awarded to JP Morgan. We closed the transaction March 25th. The bonds were structured to amortize over 25 years and have a final maturity date of February 1, 2051. Page 2 of the handout provides details of the cost of issuance on the bonds, which totaled $335,000 and change. And then page 3 provides details on the principal amount as well as the interest rates on the bonds. And this concludes my presentation for that item.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
All right. Yes, there should have been 2.
Sorry, Chair. Okay, all right, this is the one I was looking for too. Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, and item number 3 is a resolution allocating and appropriating $1.5 million in the fiscal year 2026 operating budget for a priority-based budgeting system. Hold it. Okay, so we're taking that item number 3 off of ours and moving that to executive committee.
I don't know what I did with mine, but that's okay. I'm gonna use Canal.
Yes, ma'am, and I'll see if I can find it.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is 1:20, and I hereby call the Parks and Environment Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Mr. Wilson, if you would, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Spinoza. Okay. And I believe that's all.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda for today. It is a resolution amending the capital improvement plan by authorizing the transfer of funds in the amount of $6 million from the Harbor Docks project PW04123 to the Monroe Plaza Infrastructure Project PKTBD District 7 Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. May I have a motion and a second? It has been moved by Councilwoman Green and seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Who is going to speak to that? Whoever is going to speak today, please give us your name and your address, and you are recognized. Seems like I just saw you.
You did. John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure, and I'm here with Zoe Carr from the Memphis Art Museum. We have a slide deck, if it's possible to pull up for this presentation. While it's getting loaded, I'll get started just with an overview of the request. This is to transfer $6 million from the Harbor Docks project under Public Works to the Monroe Plaza Infrastructure Project. I want to thank the council members who were all on hand just earlier today in joining us to see the great work that's happening at the Memphis Art Museum, as well as to see the need for the infrastructure around the museum.
And thank you all so much. Thank you all for having us. You're gracious hosts. We enjoyed it. Looking forward to it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chief.
That's great. So as you all know, this is a significant, we'll find out. This is a significant investment that's being made on the riverfront. The city has put $20 million into this $180 million project already. This request is not for money that would go into the building. This request is for money that would go around the building in the public infrastructure. So specifically, the project will fund infrastructure and safety improvements adjacent to the museum, including sidewalks, lighting, pedestrian crosswalks, as well as Monroe Plaza. All right, I'm going to allow... okay. By chance, is there another slide deck? This is not the one we submitted. It's a pretty one, but... That's the only one you got? All right. Well, we're going to do our best.
Is that? Oh no, that's the first issue.
We'll just go back to the one that we had.
Okay. All right.
We'll talk through that one, and then I'll fill in anything that is not in front of you that is in the deck that we submitted.
Okay. He's gonna go check on, see if there's another one.
Sure. So, as you know, this project has been under construction since 2023. Thank you. And the new Memphis Art Museum will open in December of 2026. It replaces the fire station and parking garage that were there before. As Chief Zena mentioned, this is very much a public-private project. It's a $180 million building that has been funded by the City of Memphis with $20 million grants. The majority of the rest of that cost is being funded on the private side. And the building will belong to the City of Memphis once we complete construction, so it will be a public asset. We expect that this new building will attract 150,000 new visitors to Memphis, generate $100 million in economic impact annually. It contains 50% more gallery space and 600% more art-filled public space, and it will significantly enhance our ability to serve our city school children. Okay, and just to kind of emphasize the excitement with which this museum is being met in the world, We have already received coverage from all of those newspapers listed there. There's huge excitement in the media about coming to Memphis in December to be a part of the opening of the museum, which we expect will drive new tourism.
So the schematic in front of you shows the conceptual design for the infrastructure changes that are a part of this request. I'm going to first orient you to the right-hand side of the photo to the northwest. Monroe Street will be accessible by vehicles from Riverside Drive. That will be the vehicle entrance into the museum campus. At Monroe and Front, that access point will be closed off to vehicles, but will be a pedestrian access point and will create a plaza feel that allows for not only pedestrian and ADA access into the campus, but also for a park-like setting that is between the museum as well as the library. On Front itself, the schematic includes improved crosswalks at Monroe Crossing Front, so that we're creating safe pedestrian crossings into the Monroe Plaza area of the campus. That includes bump outs, as well as you can see, a landscaped median along Front that would help to slow northbound traffic on Front ahead of those crosswalks to ensure safety of pedestrians. There's also landscaping and sidewalk improvements as well as lighting improvements on the east side of Front and on-street parking, and then crosswalk improvements at Front and Union, and then landscaping along Union from Front to Riverside. So all of that is encompassed within the request of $6 million from the Harbor Docks project into this project. I believe, as Ms. Carr shared during the tour, there is additional money that they are raising to go into the infrastructure. This would be the city's portion into the public infrastructure. The following few slides just show a little bit of the before and after of what not only the street view looked like prior to the work starting and what it looks like after, then also how the infrastructure is improved around it as well. I think the bottom line here, council members, is we are inviting the world to Memphis, Tennessee when this museum opens. We want to show the world our best impression, our best presentation of our community, and one of the most important ways that we do that as a city government is investment in our public infrastructure around these assets. And so that's what this is about. These are investments that we need to make, and we were fortunate enough to be able to identify dollars from a state grant that were no longer needed. I didn't get to talk about that on the slide that we had in the deck, but the funds from Harbor Docks are not only supporting the projects that it was intended for, but this is additional money that we're able to move into this project. It is a state grant, but it's a state grant that's limited in where it can be applied to riverfront projects. So this is, we believe, an ideal option for the city to be able to make this investment in the infrastructure. And with that, Ms. Carr and I are available for any questions.
I was coming here to say, I think the council is willing to support this. We didn't, brevity.
Wonderful.
But you was ready. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you all hosting us today and showing us exactly where those dollars are going to go. I just want to make sure I understand. So this area and that area and this area are all included.
That's correct. So Councilwoman Logan pointed to the northern, eastern, and southern perimeters of the campus that is being improved.
And they'll all be modernized with landscape and common spaces and okay, great. I want to welcome to the dais Councilman Smiley, Ford, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Did I miss anybody? And Councilman Canali. Thank you all. All right, thank you all for the presentation. Council members, do y'all have any questions? Comment? All right, so I think it's time to vote. All right, all those in favor of this project going down with a favorable recommendation with same night minutes, say aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have. Oh, okay, she has a question?
No, she was.
Okay, and Councilwoman White is here. Okay, but it's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item moves down with a favorable recommendation with same night minutes. Oh,
You can stop sweating that.
okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Seeing no more business before this committee, we are adjourned. No, that's okay.
right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Memphis City Council Planning and Zoning Committee. Today's Tuesday, April the 14th. Clay, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Ford is back there. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And Committee Chair Spinoza.
I'm still here. All right, we've got 4 items on the agenda. I'm actually gonna, real quick, just move them around. Item number 2, the update on the short-term rental ordinance and administration's progress on collaboration. And we're gonna move that to last, and then we'll bump up item 3 to number 2 and item 4 to number 3. So there's that. All right, item number 1 on the agenda, resolution approving an honorary street name change on Decatur Street between Valentine Avenue and Jackson Avenue for Gladys Ann Hunter Sawyer, a trailblazing marketing executive and entrepreneur, District 7, Super District 8. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized. Sure. All right, so we'll hold that just momentarily while Councilwoman Walker gathers her thoughts, and we'll move on to item number 2, which is going to be the Memphis 3.0 zoning code map updates, all council districts, requested by Councilman Spinoza. This is an update we've been giving everyone for the last 4 meetings in a row, I guess. 3 or 4, something like that. All right, Director Ragsdale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. Mr. Wardrop will give you a presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you might have after this. And we've been meeting with all council members when we can, and happy to continue those meetings whenever you have availability.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. As your chairman mentioned, we've been giving this update at each committee meeting, and with his blessing, we'll continue to do so until we bring this thing to you for a final vote later on this summer. We've entitled today's presentation Simple, Clear Direction. We're going to talk a little bit about the ways that the UDC update will simplify the code, make administration of it more straightforward. Before we get into that, we're going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing on the public engagement front since we last spoke on March 24th. I wanted to call 3 small group meetings we held to your attention, that being one we held with the Lennox neighborhood. The outcome of that was some adjustments to the permitted uses in their neighborhood, as well as we met with the Greenlaw and Normal Station neighborhoods, both of which resulted in adjustments to our recommended map. So we're continuing to refine our recommendations as we move toward this, finalization of this through public engagement. I'll also mention that we participated in city events, both at Gaston Community Center in South Memphis and at Dave Wells in North Memphis. We spoke at a Gentlemen's League Youth Conference. We just this Saturday spoke with the Melrose High Alumni Association at their regular meeting. We've been meeting at PJA meetings. We've actually got some folks going to one out in Cordova this afternoon, and we've spoken at 3 of those so far. We're scheduled to appear at 4 more throughout April, including one tomorrow, which is the Crump Boulevard. And of course, we're continuing to hold small group meetings and setting those up with neighborhood stakeholders. We've got at least 3 of those on the books right now in the Raleigh area with the folks at Juice Orange Mound, with folks in the Red Acres neighborhood, and we've got more soft commits with at least 2 more additional neighborhood groups. So that's where we're at on the public engagement front on this thing. Where we are procedurally in getting this information out there, we published our first full draft of the code text on March 27th. That cuts the word count of the code. This is the big stat we're sort of celebrating. Cuts the word count of the code by 45%. So that's that simplicity that we're talking about. And I'll spend the rest of this presentation talking about that. We published just this Friday a draft 2 of the map, and we also accompanied that with a 1-paragraph summary, a explainer sheet for each change we've made to our recommendation. We're continuing to refine that map, and we'll be publishing our final recommendation in May. Again, as I mentioned, we've been continuing to hold small group meetings with neighborhoods, and we will be on the Land Use Control Board to ask for their recommendation at their May 14th agenda. So that is their upcoming agenda.
Hey, real quick. So the May 14th agenda, and we get a lot of emails and a lot of concerned citizens reaching out. I'm not trying to get us off track, but the May 14th agenda, just to clarify for council members, mainly for me, not mainly for me, for citizens, but I wanted to make sure I'm clarifying it for myself too. May 14th, you're going to Land Use Control Board. I personally don't feel rushed. We've been talking about this a long time. We've been doing this 6 weeks, or 6 weeks, for last 3 meetings, 8 weeks before that. But I do want us to get it right. So I just want us to be careful on the words that we use about all of this. And to clarify the date, May 14th is LUCB approval. That's not us. After LUCB approval, it comes to us with an LUCB thumbs up or thumbs down. So that'll be 2 weeks after that, 4 weeks after that. So we probably won't be voting on this until...
Well, and because it's an ordinance, it needs 3 readings as well. So that would put us in line for if we moved ASAP at the end of June, 1st of July.
And I rarely talk about like being patient. Like usually I'm pretty impatient, but I am trying to talk about that right now. So we're all trying to learn. Just wanted to clarify that date because that date's come up a lot with me recently. And I'm like, no, y'all, we're not voting on May the 14th on anything. Okay. Thank you for allowing me that.
All right, so moving past the public engagement and getting to the meat of what we want to talk to you about today. Like we said, we've entitled this entire code process, Simple, Clear Direction. You can see it's been on our logo, that's been on every document we've put out. We want to talk about specifically what that means and how we've operationalized that and how we're trying to make this code simpler and clearer, right? Here's some fast facts about the code text that we published at the end of March. As you can see, it gets us down from a 235,000 word code to a 130,000 word code. You know, it more or less cuts the code in half. And like I said, that's something we're really proud of, and we know will make it easier for folks to know exactly what is and what is not allowed in my neighborhood. So when we talk about this tagline, Simple, Clear Direction, we're really operationalizing that as 4 bullet points. One is planning, not reacting, right? I've said in previous presentations that our current code does a good job of sitting back on our heels and waiting for development to come to us. What we're doing now is being proactive and saying, these are the things we want, these are the things we don't. Secondly, when there's an answer that has to be provided, when we have to make a decision, let's make that decision faster. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a strategy that we're recommending to do that. Third, we're trying to promote predictability. We want folks to know what they can expect to be built in their neighborhood, you know, in the 20-year time span. That comes with granting fewer exceptions than we're granting now, and I'll talk about that. Finally, reducing our reliance on plan developments. There are a lot of plan developments that come to you, and I'll talk to you a little bit about what the cost of that is and why we're trying to reduce our reliance on that. But first, I want to talk to this big point, which is planning, not reacting, being proactive and saying, these are the things we want, these are the things we don't. I'll give you an example that goes right to the foundation of how zoning works, and that is the use matrix, right? On a very fundamental level, the way zoning works is you look at the map, it puts you in a district that runs across the top of the screen here. You have an idea to do some sort of development that's here on the left, and where those intersect, it's determined, is this allowed or not, right? So can you build an apartment building in RN3? You look where they intersect, yes, that's what that dot means. Can I open a campground in RN2? I would hope not. No, right? And that's what the blank box means. Can I open an RV park, though, in the commercial regional district? Maybe. That's what that little hollow circle means. And I'm going to get to a little bit our strategy around that word maybe. So first and foremost, I'll tell you a little bit about how this new code simplifies things. Our current code, the code in effect today, has 4,800 roughly of these boxes, these little intersections. The draft code we put out at the end of March has just 2,300, right? So we've greatly simplified that aspect of the most important part of the code, right? Additionally, the share of those boxes in the current code that has some sort of maybe in it is currently 17%. Now, this is a rough, crude estimate, right? But it goes to show you what we're talking about when we say saying maybe less. We've decreased that to about 6%, right? And so obviously, in these pie charts here, red is no, green is yes, and yellow is maybe. You can see the current UDC maybe is just as common as yes, right? In our draft, both yes and no have sort of swallowed up a big portion of that maybe. Okay. You may be sitting there and be thinking, well, we want to review things case by case. We want to think this thing through. And we agree that maybe is the right answer sometimes. But maybe has a cost, right? When we tell a developer maybe, that has a real cost in terms of discouraging development, right? Every single person who's ever worked in our office has a story of someone with a good idea who's called us, and we tell them, they say, can we do this? And we say maybe, and we never hear from them again, right? That has a real cost and a real impact to our city. The other thing about maybe is it's expensive, right? It requires the developer to have on hand money for that architecture and design to gamble, right? So when we hear, for example, I want more local, non-traditional, smaller developers doing projects, having a lot of maybe in our code runs counter to that, right? Because it's expensive and you need to have cash on hand to go through the process, right? And that can risk pricing out those non-traditional developers. Maybe has a big administration cost. Obviously, someone has to come in front of you and give a presentation and write a staff report and all that. But also, we have to administer that approval forever and always. And when you think about that being a few approvals a year, maybe that's not that big a deal. But when you look at hundreds of those throughout the city, administering those becomes a real cost, right? They also make enforcement more difficult, right? Our inspectors, they go out to a site that is alleged to be violating the zoning code. They have the zoning code in front of them. They may not have the conditional approval from 1980 whatever, right? That, and this person may be violating those conditions, they may not, right? So the more things we can have say yes or no, the more we have an answer to that enforcement problem. Finally, it incentivizes the applicants to over-ask, right? A developer knows they're only going to get 6 units approved, but they asked for 10 because they know they're going to get paired back. And finally, this is about gas stations. It forces us to at least say, yeah, maybe to bad projects, right? When we should just be saying no on the front end. The next thing we're trying to do is reduce the impact of that maybe. So we're making a recommendation currently under the current code. If something requires a special use permit, it requires approval of the elected body, period, right? Typically, that's the city council. We're recommending a change to where the LUCB would make a decision, and then that decision could be appealed. What's the rationale behind that? In calendar years 2021 through 2025, the elected bodies acted on 109 special use permits, right? They took the Land Use Control Board's recommendation all but 9 times, right? Now, the average time between that recommendation and the decision by city council or county commission is 55 days, right? So we're putting all of these applications through a 55-day process that has little to no impact on the outcome 92% of the time, right? And those 9 times where this body or county commission overturned the LUCB recommendation, to my memory, those were all controversial and were likely to be appealed anyway, right? So we think this change gets through the things that are not controversial faster, while still allowing this body and the county commission the ability to get involved on things that are particularly controversial, right?
Quick question.
Yes.
Current code, all special use permits are required to go to elected body, city council, or county commission. Draft code, Land Use Control Board makes the decision on special use permits. Decisions can be appealed to elected body, city council, or county commission.
That's correct. Okay. Yeah, and it obviously it's in the city of Memphis. It's this body. If it's an unincorporated Shelby County,
cool.
Yeah.
And I was about to tell you to hurry up, and then I asked you a question.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, I will move quickly.
Well, we just got 3 other items.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
We want to move fast here in planning and zoning.
Yeah. I'll let you know that in those same calendar years, our Board of Adjustment has approved 474 variances. That's a source of, that variance means exceptions, right? That's a source of, public frustration. It's a source of staff frustration. A code that we're granting 100 exceptions a year from isn't working. So one of the things that we're doing here is really trying to bring that back and enforce the code. I tell folks, we're not spending all this time and money on this new code to not enforce it, right? Finally, I'll move through PDs. PDs, plan developments, cause a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of administrative headache. They're appropriate for some sites, big sites. The Oak Court Mall site, that's an appropriate use of PD. Small corner, we're building a gas station, that's not an appropriate use of PD. So we're really trying to simplify the way PDs works, and we're heavily restricting the way where they can be. So in conclusion, the main thing I wanted to point out here is maybe sometimes is the right answer. Maybe has a real cost, so we need to be intentional about maybe. We think that this code, this draft code that we put out does that, as well as reduces those costs associated with maybe through the SUP recommendation we talked about. With that, I'm available for your questions.
Thank you. Y'all are doing a great job, and thank you for being as active as you are. I say it every time we meet, like a broken record, but it's important, I believe, to say that because the team's doing great work. We've got Councilwoman Logan in the queue. And Cooper Sutton next.
Thank you, Chair. And thank y'all for this recommendation. You know, I love planning and zoning. And the presentation you brought today just brought up something that is not a complaint or anything like that. I just want to know how we can improve the outcome. You mentioned that the current process is for it to come before us or county commission. The proposed one or the draft one is for it to be decided by Land Use Control Board. How is it, or what do you think needs to happen to ensure that the Land Use Control Board is in step and aligned with where the community wants to go and where the council always rules? Because I've sent and I've mentioned it to you that oftentimes or sometimes, a lot of times, they would have approved something. The Board of Adjustments, Land Use Control Board, and the council, we don't ever talk, or we don't have any documents to share, or we don't, so making sure that everybody's on the same page as where we're going in Memphis with zoning, with how we're scaling, what we want. We don't want psychedelic buildings in our communities. We don't want people to be able to paint up a building and paint it yellow with cars all over it. So there are some specific things that we as a community and council members who represent voices know that the community does or does not want, or they voiced it to us. How do we inform the Board of Adjustments and Land Use Control Board members of such? Because now you're proposing that they approve it and it doesn't have to come to us, and then the people will have to pay or go through an appeals process, or we would find out about it 6 months from now and we didn't know about it and have to come back through that process. So share a little bit about how that's going to work.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, for one, of course, for folks who may not know, we have two bodies kind of that we staff. One is the Board of Adjustment, which hears variances, exceptions to the code, and one is the Land Use Control Board. That's the body most cities call the Planning Commission, right? And I think part of this is the LUCB, the Land Use Control Board, on special use permits has been more or less in lockstep with council over the past 5 years. You all have taken their recommendation 92% of the time. The Board of Adjustment, on the other hand, they hear sort of specific facts about a case where someone is trying to make an argument that I deserve an exception because there's something unique about my property, right? And by law, those things that they decide would never come to this body. Those are only appealable through the courts, right? I think what we're doing on the Board of Adjustment side is we're really making this code, we're getting rid of a lot of the bad unique things about the current code that cause those variance requests to begin with. So I think one of the things that we're doing is we're asking you all to approve this new code and then asking them to uphold it. So that's a change from how it currently works that I think addresses some of what you're getting at.
Yes, and I think as Mr. Ward said, only 9% of 9 cases, or 9%, I can't remember which one, but it's roughly the same thing, were controversial. So there was public opposition. They came to the Land Use Control Board, and all of those they would be appealed anyway. So though that safety valve there will still have essentially the same outcome. And so, the cases that are controversial would come to the elected body in that sense. And the ones that aren't when there's no public opposition, there's no issues with that.
So, my concern is making sure when you say there's no public opposition, I've talked to you all about the number of people that you consider reasonable to base judgment on that come to the public meetings. I know you can't hog tie people and make them come, but I think we need to look at ways in which we are gathering people for the public meetings and see what we need to do differently. If it needs to be virtual, if it needs to be, what can we do to get more public input prior to ruling on a matter and then having to come back and undo it or re-get it, because we normally get it when everybody's up in arms. So if you could think about those things and that alignment and how we can better align when you come back and you kind of share what you all think should or could be done differently, so all three bodies are aligned and community input is considered exceptional community input, not 2 or 3 folks. All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. We've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is the concern that you all, when you presented over there at the county, and there was a code that you all were changing, giving you all authority so that it would not come to us and that you all would make the decision. Is this what we're talking about right now? Do you remember that?
I think when we presented at County Commission.
To County Commission, and Commissioner Erica Sugarman thought it was a great idea, but they don't get what we get over here, and they don't hear what we hear over here with our constituents as elected officials. Land Use Control Board, is that the issue that we got with that little property with that variances? Is that, Greg, I don't want to talk about it, but I'm just trying to use that as an example.
That's Board of Adjustment.
Okay, that Board of Adjustment.
Correct.
Never knows what's going on. They have no idea. You don't give the constituents an opportunity to present their case. I sat in there and I watched this whole process. And then after it was over, I talked to some of the board members because of what happened to that almost 90-year-old woman and her property and the way that it was done and the misrepresentation. So this is just me as an elected official. We are the elected officials to hear and to be a voice when they can't come or there's an issue like I am on this case right now. And I'm grateful for you and thank you for your consistency in making sure that things work out the way it's supposed to work out. Because our constituents and the people that we serve, like Councilwoman Logan, they can't afford attorneys. That's a lot of money to go in there, to go before, and nobody knows the real story. And our poor constituents is crying out saying this, and then come to find out. So I don't think we need to give you all and anybody else that much power to represent our constituents that we hear from on a daily basis. So I'm not sure what that code was. I should have went back. I started to go back when I saw you all were coming to go back to look at the video and get the minute and time so you can go back and listen to what code that was. And I think you remember which one that I'm talking about.
I'm trying to remember. I don't.
But that's okay. I'll go back and find it and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, send it to
yeah, that'd be great.
I'll go back and I'll send it to you and we talk about that. Yes. But what Councilwoman Logan is saying, I'm totally agreeing. I don't want to give up that much authority to you all. You all are not the elected officials. We are.
Correct.
And things that go to different boards, me learning and attending these meetings, and I'm trying to say this in a way, and I'm about to give it up, Chairman.
Okay.
We just really need to think about this before and I know, you clarified the dates and all of that, but these codes, we need to be very, 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 I know we're trying to make it easy. You just said how many number of codes it's going to be and then how many it would limit it to. But those codes, how less of those codes that you've gotten rid of and the ones that you have in place are going to be for our constituents that we represent, that normally gets the bulk of the barrel, that never wins, hardly ever win. So we need to really think about that. And I'm like, Chairman, I'm getting a lot of emails on this code, and there's 315 pages I think you sent me of the new one, and people are trying to read it because I'm still reading the update of it, and I know that it's 315 pages. So I'm taking my time trying to read it and understand it, so I can't imagine what the public is trying to do. Okay? So let's really, let's not be in such a hurry and an urgency. And as I said earlier, just rubber stamp everything. I know it sounds good. Everybody comes in those seats. This is great. This sounds good. This is better. All of that good stuff. But at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that everybody clarifies, has a clear understanding of what's happening and what's about to happen with these codes. I yield. Thank you.
Yep.
Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, I think we're good. No more council members in the queue. Thank you both. Presentation today, yeah, and we'll see you here in a minute on this other item. All right, so that does it for item 2. Now we're going to go back to item 1, Councilwoman Walker. So I'm going to read this for the record again. Item number 1, resolution approving an honorary street name change on Decatur Street between Valentine Avenue and Jackson Avenue for Gladys Ann Hunter Sawyer, a trailblazing marketing executive and entrepreneur, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to present an honorary street name change for Miss Gladys Ann Hunter Sawyer. She was an amazing woman whose incredible life Allison managed to squeeze onto one sheet of paper. But she was born in Memphis in the late 40s, lived in other cities. She was a publisher, entrepreneur, owned several businesses throughout her life, and worked in corporate America. On a historical note, and I'll close after this, she was also the first Miss Black Memphis State back in the day. Thank you, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Love it. Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. It'll be an honor to vote yes for this today and celebrate her. So we do need a motion.
Move it.
All right. Motion was made by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington and seconded by Councilwoman White. So motion's been made and properly seconded. All those in favor of this street name change, please respond by saying aye. All right, the ayes have it, and that'll go downstairs with the positive recommendation. We'll be celebrating her this afternoon, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so item number 1. All right, moving on to item number 3, previously known as item number 4. SUP 2026-002-3568, Lamar Avenue, District 3, Super District 8. Motion was made by Councilman Canali and seconded by Councilwoman White. Director Ragsdale. And actually, before you get started, council members, this item was held from our last committee meeting, and there were 4 other items in the spirit of really what we've been talking about today, Councilwoman Logan and Cooper Sutton and all of us. We didn't see presentations. They've been approved by LUCB. We have all the copies of the presentations. We've read them, but there's no objections. These are smooth items that, in the interest of us saving time in this committee, we said we're going to send them downstairs with no recommendations. So for today, when we're downstairs, if any council member wants to see a presentation, you could see a presentation, you can request one, but I'm going to ask that everyone, proceed with the positive recommendation and vote yes to support those items. So that's kind of a new thing that we're doing in the committee that kind of really aligns with what you're saying now as far as controversial things. That's what we're hearing. But welcome, because this is one that's been held. So here we go. Go for it, Director Ragsdale.
Thank you, Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. So really quickly, this is a request for a special use permit for vehicle sales at 3568 Lamar Avenue. And looking at the maps on the screen, this is just south of I-240 and American Way. We did send out public notices. 33 public notices went out January 23rd. Have not received any inquiries nor opposition from notices that went out. Looking at the zoning map, it is commercial mixed use 3, CMU 3, and actually the property just to the north is one of our industrial zoning districts. And looking at the land use map, you can see the red that represents commercial, and there's a lot of purple for the industrial that surrounds the area. Here's a photo of the proposed, or of the site. This is an existing building, and the applicant is looking to have the vehicle sales on that site where there would also be the office. The vehicle sales would be, we would have proposed vehicles in the parking area during the day, during business hours, and then move the vehicles indoors after business hours. And so this is a site plan. Really nothing is changing about how the site currently looks. The parking spaces, that's where there will be like the outdoor display area for the vehicle sales. And as I mentioned, move them indoors, move the vehicles indoors after the business has closed. For our future land use map, this is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. It is for high-intensity commercial services, which with this being vehicle sales, it is perfectly in line with that future land use designation. And so to conclude, this is just a request for vehicle sales on Lamar Avenue. It's just south of 240. We have not received any inquiries, nor there's been no opposition to this request. And for that, we are recommending approval with, I guess I should mention also it went to Land Use Control Board in March, and it was recommended for approval with Land Use Control Board 8-0 on the consent agenda. So we're recommending approval with the conditions listed, and that concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cobbs. Anyone? Any council members want to speak? All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
What's your parking lot, your parking spaces for the vehicles before you take them inside? How many vehicles are you planning on? Is there a number?
Well, per code, we got to have a certain amount for parking, which we exceed that. But we're planning on having 10 to 12 vehicles on display outside during the day. And like Kendra mentioned, in the evenings, they will get moved inside the building.
Okay. Can I go back to those conditions? I just want to look at the conditions that you proposed, please.
These are conditions that LUCB proposed and required. Okay.
Brett Ragsdale with DPD. Just to clarify, typically what we will do, we will recommend certain conditions working with the applicant, and that's what we did. And then LUCB will then review those and maybe add or change conditions. In this case, I think these are the conditions that we worked with the applicant on that we knew were things that might be of concern.
Yeah.
So this says no mounted signs or tents shall be permitted, and I'm looking at 2. So where are you going to put the name of your business?
On the building.
It's a space on the building?
There's frontage where there used to be a sign that faces Lamar. A new sign will go up there.
So you're going to put the sign on the building?
Yes, ma'am.
There.
And there's another sign, if you, I've got a picture, if you could pull it up. Excuse me. There's a, giving you a PowerPoint, we've got a kind of a.
If you want to get up here and point, it's like.
Well, I've got one that, if you could go to the first one, that would kind of give you a perspective on the way.
And
So what you've got is a warehouse, and the showroom will be inside. And Mr. Curtis Galvin is here. He's the dealer, and he's had numerous dealerships. I think I shared with Mr. Canale. He remembers it was at Union and 4th, many years, International Auto Sales. It was always a good-looking place. But
that's what I wanted to hear. Good-looking place, nice presentation.
But if you'll look at my
quality.
okay, look, that's the building.
Yes.
And what we've done is they plan to seal coat the parking lot to make it look, and paint the building. It's going to be gray, I believe.
Okay.
But he's got space for the sign on the building, and you see a sign, he can put one there if he gets it permitted correctly. But,
on the pole, see the pole on the left side?
Yeah, so it can be a sign there on the pole?
It could be, if he chooses.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And also, you know, so I think there's another, if you could go to the next slide, if you don't mind. See, that shows you, that gives you an idea.
Here in Memphis on Lamont, you gonna have security, right?
What's that?
You're having security?
What I'm saying is that you have.
I hear what you're saying. I said you having security.
They'll have plenty of security.
Okay.
You bring all the cars, the few cars out front, but a lot of the showrooms inside, and that's what the nice dealerships do. If you go out and see Mercedes-Benz, you come in and look at your car outside the rain, it's inside. So he'll be showing most cars inside, bringing them in at night. Then you don't have a fence, you don't have to, it's just better to have it all inside the cars. You don't have them outside. And that's his business model. And I think there's another, could you go to the next one, ma'am? I'm sorry. Thank you for doing this for us. That just gives an idea. You can go to the next one, I believe there's another one. It's a really big showroom, and they're renovating it now.
Oh, yeah, you know what, this is kind of remind me of Import over there on 3rd Street. Kind of similar to that. Okay,
So-
I'm good.
So you got
I get it, I got a
beautiful
picture.
place inside, bring them in at night. You know,
Yeah.
and this is the kind of place, it's a showroom.
Okay.
And we've had some discussions at Ms. Walker's in her district, she came to look, and Janet, I think you drove by.
All right, I'm good.
All right.
Questions
We're
answered.
good?
I'm good.
All right, no more council members in the queue. Motion's been made, properly seconded. All those in favor of this going downstairs with a positive recommendation, please respond by saying aye. All right, any nays? Look at that, there are none. All right, so this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. And that's it for item number 3. Thank you. All right, we're over time. We got attorney-client meeting. So short-term rental update, let's hold it. Yep, we posted that online, and council members have copies, correct? Yeah, all right, so we'll hold that, and we'll talk about that next time.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're gonna call the Transportation Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pearl Walker. Present. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Chair Ford Senior.
Present.
Thank you.
We got one item, it's a resolution to approve interlocal agreement between the city of Memphis and the Memphis Area Transit Authority, all council districts, sponsored by the administration with same night minutes. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Holmes. Attorney Holmes, you want to read everything and then give us a little bit of what we're doing here. And once you do that, then we're going to send everything downstairs. Okay. And let the record show that Councilwoman White has joined us. Thank you.
All right, the resolution provides, whereas the city of Memphis and the Memphis Area Transit Authority share a mutual interest in ensuring the continued provision of reliable public transportation services for residents of the city of Memphis. And whereas MATA relies in part on federal grant funding that is provided on a reimbursement basis, requiring MATA to incur eligible operating expenses in advance of receiving reimbursements from the federal government. And whereas timing delays associated with federal reimbursement processing, documentation review, and grant approval cycles can periodically create temporary cash flow timing gaps for MATA. And whereas such timing gaps may create short-term liquidity pressures that could impact the continuity of transit operations absent temporary bridge financing. And whereas MATA has requested that the city provide temporary liquidity support through an interlocal agreement establishing a short-term bridge line of credit to address reimbursement timing gaps. And whereas the city desires to collaborate with MATA to maintain continuity of transit services while federal reimbursements are processed, and where the proposed interlocal agreement would authorize a temporary bridge line of credit in an amount not to exceed $13 million to be used solely for temporary operating cash flow purposes. And whereas the temporary bridge line of credit is intended solely to address reimbursement timing and is not intended to authorize new spending, expanded services, or provide a permanent subsidy. And whereas draws on the temporary bridge line of credit shall be repaid as federal reimbursements are received by MATA, with repayment anticipated across fiscal years 2026 and 2027 as reimbursement receipts clear. And whereas the city and MATA desire to ensure transparency and accountability related to the use and repayment of the temporary bridge line of credit. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby approves and authorizes the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement between the city of Memphis and the Memphis Area Transit Authority, establishing a temporary bridge line of credit in an amount not to exceed $13 million to address short-term federal reimbursement timing gaps. Be it further resolved that all draws on the temporary bridge line of credit shall be used solely for eligible operating expenses necessary to maintain transit services continuity and shall be repaid to the city upon receipt of applicable federal fund reimbursements, with repayment anticipated during fiscal years 26 and 2027. Be it further resolved that MATA shall provide the city and the Memphis City Council quarterly reporting on repayment status. Be it further resolved that the terms and conditions of the temporary bridge line of credit, including draw procedures, repayment structure, and reporting requirements, shall be detailed within the interlocal agreement executed between the city and MATA. Be it further resolved that the city administration is authorized to take all necessary actions to implement the provisions of this resolution sponsored by the city administration.
No, sir. We're in full agreement with the tenets of this resolution, so we just await any questions that you may have.
Now we're going to end up sending everything downstairs. Anybody got any questions? Okay. We're gonna send everything downstairs. Full council, okay? Also let the record show that Councilwoman Green has joined, Councilman Smiley has joined us, okay? All right, that's it. And we're going to send it down, we're trying to send it down for the same 9 minutes, okay? Yeah, okay, we're good.
All right, thank you, Councilman.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Councilman.
All right, if there's no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Councilwoman Walker. And Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. We have 4 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion of the fiscal consent agenda. All council districts requested myself. Do any members have any questions regarding this item? What is it? Oh, that's it? Okay. All right. Then we'll move to the next item. Item number 2 is a special call meeting announcement for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026 at 3 o'clock. It's not 3 o'clock. For the presentation of the mayor's FY27 proposed budget, all council districts. Welcome, Mayor Young, and you are recognized at this time.
Hello, thank you, Chairwoman. This is something that we discussed with the budget chair. There's still some things that we got to iron out in the budget. We're very, very close, and we will be prepared next week. And so we appreciate having the special called meeting to give us an opportunity to make sure we bring a balanced budget. And as you all know, when we present the budget, we present the books and all of the different materials that you will review, and it kicks off a season where we go through the budget in depth. And there'll be a series of council meetings to follow where we get to dissect the budget. And so on the 21st, you will get the big presentation where we will present the budget to you all. It'll be a high-level overview, and then obviously to follow, we'll go much more in depth.
Sounds good. Do any members have any questions for our mayor? All right. Well, we look forward to getting those books and hearing that presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Item number 3 is a resolution allocating and appropriating $1.5 million in the fiscal year 2026 operating budget for a priority-based budgeting system, all council districts. This is sponsored by Spinoza. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr., second by Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Spinoza, you are recognized.
Appreciate the motion and the second. This was a presentation that was given to us, I guess like maybe a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. A lot of the body was here. I actually want to hold this item. I want to have the individuals come back and present to the full council at our next meeting. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just hold the vote so we can have all council members.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's noted. You want it to be held until the next council meeting or what? Next council meeting?
Council
Okay.
meeting, please.
On the 28th. All right. Item number 4 is a resolution to amend the council rules of procedure, all council districts, sponsored by myself, and there's a request for the same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? Okay. Councilwoman Cooper, son? Oh, who did the motion? Okay, Councilman Ford did the motion, and the second is Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. All right, this is a requirement to comply with Section 4.5 of the Code of Ordinances. The rule is, no, this is not it. This is something else. Okay, colleagues, this resolution amendment is to separate the Budget and Audit Committee within our Memphis City Council rules and procedures. This amendment will be listed under Section E, Organization of Council 37 and 38, Rule 37. So instead of the Budget and Audit Committee being together, it will be separated. We'll have an audit and a budget committee. You have a question?
I think we have the same question. Why are we separating them?
Because I want it separated.
Okay.
Previously, it was always separated. We just combined it the past couple of years.
Okay, so what do you see as the difference between like what the two will do?
Well, the budget person has already have a lot going on with the budget. So the audit committee, that's over really any entity or any section of the city. If we have some questions, if we want to find out what's going on with departments or however, they will be able to have that discretion to be able to really have a deep dive as opposed to that one person really doing two committees. This is too much. We needed to divide it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All those in favor say aye. Thank you. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. All right. That's right. That brings us to our add-on items, number 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Number 14 is Economic Development Growth Engine Appointment, Ed Stevens III. Request for same night minutes. There's a request for same night minutes. Number 15, a resolution to transfer and appropriate $375,580 from contract construction to architecture and engineering in fire S&L building. The project number is PW 17302 for required additional design modifications. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 16 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $500,000 from Drainage ST Cover Line, project number ST03205 to Tonto and Third Drainage, project number ST03234 for construction funds for upgrading the drainage system at Tonto and Third, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Number 17 is a resolution amending the capital improvement plan by authorizing the transfer of funds in the amount of $6 million from the Harbor Docks Project, PW 04123, to the Monroe Plaza Infrastructure Project, PKTBD, District 7, Super District, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same-night minutes. Item number 18, there's a resolution to approve interlocal agreement between the City of Memphis and the Memphis Area Transit Authority, all council districts, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same-night minutes. Item number 19 is a resolution to amend the council rules of procedure, all council districts, sponsored by myself. There's a request for same-night minutes. Item number 20, resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. There's a request for add-on to the fiscal consent agenda with same-night minutes. The same-night minute items are items number 8, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Items 10, 11, and 12 will be held until April 28th. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed? If not, yes. All right.